and I was on mute. So just testing everything out to make sure it all works. But I'm going to be streaming all day throughout the day. As I was saying, I had the microphone on mute, but now it's working now. I don't know if the rest of the world, normal people that don't watch the market all day long, I don't know if this is a big deal for them on a day like today. But for everybody in the investing world, trading world, and the markets world, this seems like a pretty big deal to everybody. They've been waiting for this IPO for quite some time, and we are about to go towards the opening bell, and everybody is waiting for this SpaceX IPO today. It should start trading much later in the day. Probably sometime, definitely afternoon, but maybe like around 1 or maybe even 2. But it will be later in the day, during the afternoon at some point, for the SpaceX stock to start trading, because they have to go through a process of auctioning off the shares. The underwriters have to go through, which are the big banks that have the shares. They have to go through a process of auctioning off those shares, and that can take some time. And so that's why it will be later in the day when the stock actually starts beginning to actually trade on the open market. And does the stock open above the IPO price, the issue price, and then sell off? Does it break issue and start trading down right away? Or does it fly higher and go to $200, $300, $400 a share? We don't know. We'll see how this all plays out. So the one thing I wanted to mention about the market is that the Nasdaq, as we go towards the opening bell, is trading right around unchanged for the day, and the S&P is up a bit, only up 0.3%. The Nasdaq's pretty much unchanged on the day, just as you can see, up one, two handles as we go towards the opening bell. It was up a lot more earlier this morning, and like when I got up pretty early this morning, and it was up. As you can see here on these charts, this is a 3-minute intraday chart. Basically, when I say a 3-minute intraday chart, every bar is 3 minutes, and here every bar is 15 minutes. But their intraday charts, they go back, over the past day. As you can see, like the S&P was up a lot more, the Nasdaq was up a lot more overnight, and so it's opening, close to unchanged on the day. But the fact that it was up so much more early this morning, for the general market, SpaceX, it looks to be like it's not going to be a very bullish open. So I'm not really too eager at the open as we go towards the opening bell, because the way the market's kind of losing its steam into the opening bell. So with that said, I am going to mute my mic and turn off my camera as we head in towards the opening bell. I am selling my Marvell uh, calls that I had. I had the June 18 280 strike calls, and they were down about 30% from when I bought them. So I am selling those calls and closing out. Now I'll keep an eye on Marvell, and I'll get back in, but I need it to show that it can keep going higher. Who knows? I may buy new calls in Marvell, later today. And just as I sell these calls, the stock is starting to bounce a little bit, but it's still down on the day by about $8. What sticks out to me is that the interest rates are up on the day, and the way the interest rates are traded higher today, uh, that can be a drag on the market as a whole, on stocks as a whole. So, in addition to kind of taking a step back today, seeing interest rates up, and then on top of that, seeing Ethereum down, and then seeing Bitcoin down. None of this is really good tape action. You take a look at the ticks and the advanced decline line. 770 is a decent advanced decline line, but it's not like super, super, super bullish. And you know, the ticks are up a little bit, but not that much. And then the advanced decline line, it's just up about plus 700. That's not a lot. So Nasdaq's still down on the day, and a lot of stuff like Apple is down, Amazon's down, Micron's down, Broadcom's down, Robinhood is down, and Palantir's getting pounded, down over 2.3%, down $3 on the day. That's not good to see. So I think there's still a lot of stocks getting sold. It seems like individual stocks getting sold to I think people are raising money for SpaceX. That's what's going on. So we'll see how everything plays out today, how everything evolves today. But money's coming out of key stocks. Now, NVIDIA's still up. That's good. But you can see how, when you scroll down and look through all these, when I scroll down and look through all these different stocks, there's a lot of individual names that are more high beta, high flyer stocks that are getting sold off. So Marvell is up It's still down on the day, but it's down. It was down 8 when I sold the calls for a loss. Marvell's now down still, but down 6%, $6, down 2.1% on the day. So I still, I don't know. The overall tape action as a whole just doesn't look pretty positive for me. So I'm kind of just taking a step back. Money's still coming out of tech very aggressively. As you can see here, looking at the S&P, looking at the NASDAQ, it's really selling off. The Dow's up by 29 points. The Russell's up today, as you can see, barely. But this is just some very sloppy tape action. I've backed off pretty much for the most part, and I talked about how I closed out my Marvell calls, and as I'm talking, I am looking to close out my Robinhood calls. Down a little bit, and Robinhood is getting some downside action picking up, and I am getting out of these calls right now. I'm selling the June 18th expiration 93 strike calls. I sold them to close for $2.89. So I'll show I am out of those Robinhood calls. And here's Robinhood. Here are the calls that I sold to close in Robinhood. They are these June 18th expiration, and the ones that I sold were the 93 strike calls. So when I bought these 93 strike calls, Robinhood was at $93 a share, and now Robinhood is down towards $90, and so I sold those calls in Robinhood right there. Sold those 93 strike calls. So. And in Marvell, the calls that I owned that I sold were the same expiration, June 18th, and I sold the 280 strike calls. So now the stock is up at 280. I sold those calls to close. I bought them when the stock was at 180. When I bought them, I probably paid about $16 for those calls, and now I sold them. I sold them for $14 for $12.60, and they are now a little higher at $13. But I sold those calls right here, the 285 calls. I sold these calls in Marvell to close. So I'm no longer in those calls in Marvell. So those are the options that I traded so far today, and that is it. I have not bought any new calls in any individual names because of the way the market is acting right now. And is it rotation? If people selling to pay for the SpaceX IPO? Probably a combination of both, but you know, for now, I am just going to take a step back and keep waiting for the SpaceX IPO. And I'm going to switch over to another screen. Just so back to this main screen. I really like this action in SanDisk right now. It's running up very nicely, um, and getting some nice upside action in SanDisk. Uh, there's a lot of tech that is coming back uh, today. Uh, and it's a lot of individual stocks that have bounced back from the opening bell. Uh, so there's multiple names that are bouncing back and climbing higher. Just going through a couple stocks here. Uh, Another stock that's moving really nicely is Bloom Energy. It's popping here, 265, up $16, up by about 6.7% on the day. That's looking nice. So SanDisk is looking really nice on the day, and so up by over 5%, moving up nicely. And Mike Bloom Energy is up by over 6.5%. Also, Micron is now up on the day. So Micron was down. Micron was down. Now it's up slightly. I like that move. I like that move in Micron. Uh, so it's up by $7, up 0.7%. Um, I I like this. I like this move in Micron. I like the way the markets are coming back. The Nasdaq is coming back. Uh, I like the way the Nasdaq is coming back. The S&P is coming back. Uh, so I have calls at Micron. These calls are up by about 13, almost 14%. So I'm not going to buy any new calls at Micron because I have good calls at Micron. I had to double check to make sure. So I have Micron stock and I have Micron long calls. I also have covered calls at Micron as well. So I'm gonna stick with this position and hold on to it throughout the day. But if I did not own Micron, I would probably look to buy some calls in Micron. So I like that trade right now. I like the way Micron is acting right now. And I am switching back and forth from screen to screen. I wish I could. Back to looking at the major indices and the quote boards. watching Marvel still, and it is coming back on the day. Like I said earlier, it was down $7, $6. Now it's only down $2. Uh, so it's coming back a little bit, and I'm keeping an eye on it. Like I said, I may go back in and try to buy some calls in Marvel, but right now I'm just keeping an eye on it. And you can see so. Uh, I like Marvel here. If you take a look at the intraday chart on Marvel, you can see it's coming back nicely. But I think it needs to get back above 285 before I'm really interested. And then that above 285, I may look to buy some calls and get back into Marvel. Maybe only 282. We'll see. We'll find out. But these are just different stocks to look at as the day is going on, and we are waiting the SpaceX IPO. And like I said, it's going to be a while. Right now it's only 10:16 in the morning. We got more time to go before SpaceX starts trading. And as I said, it will probably happen later today. Don't expect SpaceX to start trading in the morning session, but for it to start trading sometime in the afternoon session, as the underwriters have to auction off and get rid of the shares that they are allowed to give people. And then there's an auction process. So when it comes to SpaceX, I don't know. I really don't know what's going to happen. I'm inclined to think that it will have an opening print above the issue price, closer to about $185 to $200 a share. But from that point, I really don't know what's going to happen with SpaceX, because you're going to have a lot of retail investors, and they're not going to be locked out. With this IPO, if you were issued shares, if you got an allotment of shares, when it starts trading on the open market, boom, you can go and you can sell it right away. Now, if you're an insider, you've owned shares for a while, you're not allowed to sell. But if you're a retail investor and you're allotted shares in the IPO, once it starts trading in the open market, bam, you can go and you can sell it and get it out. So if you're allowed shares, your cost base is $135 a share. Once it starts trading in the open market, it's $185, $190, maybe $200 a share. I think there's going to be a lot of individual investors that were, able to get 5 shares, 10 shares, 20 shares of SpaceX, and it's going to be traded at 200. They're not going to go in and buy it at 200. They're not going to double down the position. They're going to probably take some profits at those prices, because it's free money if you think about it. So we'll see what happens. It'll be very interesting to see how it plays out. We're taking a look at SanDisk here. As you can see, it's making a nice move today. I've already talked about it a little bit. I like SanDisk here. I like how it's pulled back, and I'll show you on another chart. It pulled back, and now it's really making a nice move up, trading higher by over 4.7% on the day, up over 88 points. It's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And I really like SanDisk here. I think it's poised to continue to go higher. We can take a look at this chart here. You can see how I love how it traded back from, it was up at the upper Bollinger Band, and it has had a nice pullback to that 20-day moving average. And as you see here, as it pulled back to that 20-day moving average, it bounced off of it twice, and you got a nice you didn't really get a divergence. You got a divergence here a little bit in the rate of change oscillator. You didn't really get a divergence in the 310 oscillator, but as you can see, the slow line kind of came down just as the stock pulled back, and now the slow line's starting to turn up a little bit as the fast line crosses above it. That's a great buy signal, and the rate of change shoots up and makes a new high. Now, it does have previous highs on the rate of change, but it's above the previous high, which is a good sign. We still want to see this rate of change get towards the 40 level. But the way the fast line's crossing above the slow line and the rate of change is now making new highs, I think it's good here. And you get an expansion in volatility as that upper Bollinger Band is now expanding higher. Let's take a look at the expected move in SanDisk. Hold on one sec. Let's take a look at the expected move for SanDisk. Go to the trade tab. You can see the expected move, like how much can we look for this stock to move in the upcoming days as it's breaking out. And basically, for the next 6 days, you have a $250 expected move in SanDisk. And for today, you're looking at an expected move of $72. That's a lot. And as you can see, that makes sense. It's already up by $88. So why not? Why can't the stock move up another $72 for the rest of the day with 178%? 178% implied volatility. I'll go out a little further in time. For 2 weeks, we got a $380 expected move for 2 weeks, and we go out the next month. We got 35 days out to expiration, a little past a month, and it is $587 expected move. And the volatility is about the same across the board. It's a lot today, 178% implied volatility. But if you go out further out in time, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 35 days, it's 120% to 115% implied volatility. So looking at some big moves here in SanDisk, I think you can get some big moves going forward. And I got some nice there's lots of volume, but there's not any clear directional move by looking at the options in SanDisk. But I love this chart. I really do. I like it. Almost $2,000 a share. I remember the stock was at $600 just a couple months ago. This is why I focus on stock picking, because if you can get a good stock, you can really make some big money. Owning 100 shares of a stock, not even 100 shares, just owning 50 shares of a stock at $600 and having that stock go to $1,900 a share in just 1, 2, 3 3.5 months. That's how you compound your account. That's how you make big money. And you can do this while you have a life, have a job. You know? And hopefully I can help all you guys with that. That is why I'm doing this. I'm hearing that there is an initial range, expected range, where SpaceX is going to be trading. The expected range right now is right at $170 to $175 a share right now at this point. So, as I said earlier, I could expect. I think that this IPO will start trading right around $180 to $185 a share, possibly 200, maybe a little higher, maybe a little lower, who knows? But somewhere around, my best guess is probably at this point, $180 to $200 a share. Now, the indication right now is at 170 to 175, so that could change as time goes on. But at this point, it's right at 170 to 175 a share. So, for SpaceX IPO, I will keep you posted if I hear anything else. So. This action of Palantir is not looking good. I own Palantir shares, and I like the stock a lot. But basically, as you can see, over the past couple days, Palantir has just gone down, straight down, lower highs, lower lows and lower highs. And you take a look at another chart here, you can see the stock is really just trading down. It popped. I thought it would get possibly a early stage breakout and trade above these previous sweet highs right at the 162 level. It tested that level and it has basically reversed back down. Ooh. Taking a look at the intraday chart on Palantir, you can see how the stock is just traded down. It's bouncing a little bit here at 128, trying to save face, but it's just not. It's not looking good. I mean, even with yes, it's bouncing. That looks good, but I just the way it sold off like this. It seems like maybe that this was like a sale right at the opening bell. Money managers could maybe use that money to buy SpaceX. I don't know, but we'll see. This market seems very, very lethargic. As you look up and down the quote board, it's just not a lot going on. It's just this market seems lethargic, and it seems like that's what's going on. Is that traders are waiting for the SpaceX IPO. Basically, all the trading that you see right now is just only the algos at work. We got some moves at the open, but that's about it. The Nasdaq's back up 100 handles. The S&P's up 26 handles. The Q's are up $2. The SPY's up $2.50. As you can see, semiconductors are up. XLE's up by 1.44%. Crude oil is down by $1.47. So just seems like a lethargic market right now, and everybody's waiting for the SpaceX IPO right now. It's 10:38 right now, so we still have probably more time to wait for this IPO in SpaceX. But we'll see how this market plays out. Just very lethargic right now. Let's take a look at an intraday chart of the Nasdaq. So you can see this blue line is the start of the trading session, and basically we just gone up, then down, then up, then down, then up. So it's just it looks like a classic range day so far for the markets. And take a look at the S&P 500, and you can see a classic range day, back and forth overnight, just right around the start of the trading session, and just up, then down, then up. So we haven't gone much. It's just we haven't gone anywhere, haven't done much, and it's just a lethargic trading session as everybody's waiting for SpaceX. And I do think that there are some stocks that got sold at the open, and money managers use that money so they can buy SpaceX in the future as we are waiting for the IPO to come. So, a range day is a range day. You just can't, don't try to push anything too much. Just kind of wait and let it play out.
a couple stocks that are just acting very lethargic today. Not doing, they're kind of drastically underperforming to a certain extent. Now, as I'm speaking, the video is now going lower. Oh, God. I own a lot of shares in NVIDIA, so I'm going to continue to hold the stock for a while. But it's down today, down 22 cents now. Ugh. You can see how that stock is just pulling back down. Let's take a look at on an intraday chart. You can see how this is just a drastic move down in NVIDIA. Ugh. It was doing very well. All of a sudden, bam, it's down. But there's a lot of stuff that's moving down now. The Nasdaq's moving down. The S&P's moving down. You can take a look at what also jumps off the screen. Look at Amazon. It's getting another leg down. Discussed Palantir earlier. Now it bounced back a little bit, but now it's coming down. Let's see what else is moving lower. Scroll down the watch list here. And I did buy a call in Eli Lilly yesterday. Another deep in the money call. So it's basically like synthetic stock. And the call that I bought at Eli Lilly was pretty it's expensive. It's deep in the money. I'd rather not talk about it because it's an expensive call. But I did buy a synthetic long deep in the money call in Eli Lilly. The options expiration that I bought was like the August. And I bought like something like the bought the 940 call option. So I bought this call, this 940 call in Eli Lilly. And as you can see, it's an expensive option. It's not cheap. So that is like a synthetic stock plan. I own another call in Eli Lilly as well. So I own now two deep into money calls. Now, this option, as we change this from volume to delta. Let's see, I'm going to change this to delta, apply volatility. It's an 88 delta call. So it's like owning 88 shares of stock. That's what it's called. This option here, this 940 strike call, is like owning 88 shares of stock. So that's why it's a synthetic long call. It's a synthetic stock when you own that long call. And let's go back. You can see here. Go back to the chart. Take a look at the NASDAQ. And I look at the NASDAQ and the S&P futures very, very closely because they're just faster and they disseminate information and the moves in the market so much faster than just the SPY and the Qs. They're more liquid and they move faster and disseminate that information faster than the SPY or the Qs. That's not to say that you can't look at the SPY and the Qs. I know a lot of people do that, especially when they're first starting out. But the futures trade 24/5 from Sunday evening all the way to Friday afternoon. Just before the start of the evening, basically on Friday afternoon. So from 6 p.m. Eastern time on Sunday all the way to 5 p.m. Eastern time on Friday. From Sunday evening all the way to Friday, the futures trade. And as you can see, you just get a better feel, I think, for what the markets are doing by watching these moves. And as you can see, this move, this was a nice bounce, but We got a bounce, now we're coming back down. But in the context of the market, and we'll take a look at the S&P as well. This is a range day, and we should continue this structure for at least until the SpaceX IPO begins. And at this point, SpaceX has not yet begun trading, so just gotta keep watching the market today, which there's not a ton of stuff moving. So Now the indicated price for SpaceX, it was about $170 to $175 a share. Now it's gone down to about $162 a share. So it was close to 175. Now it's down to 172. 162 a share. I'll keep you posted as this evolves over time. So the fact that it was indicated at 175 and now it's indicated around 162, that's not a very bullish sign. And basically, it shows that the indication is still above the issue price of 135 a share, but it's not rising. Since it was 170 to 175, if the demand for the shares was really, really great, it would be at 180 or 185 or 190, but it's not. And so it shows that there are individuals that are looking to sell shares, and the underwriters are not having as much ease in finding individuals to want those shares. So there's people out there that really want those shares really badly, but I don't. That's the thing about everything today. I don't. The SpaceX thing, I just don't know, because it's not like a normal IPO. Usually, in the past, you have a hot issue, interesting new startup company that everybody is fascinated in or loves or whatever, and people like, okay, yeah, I got to get in that new issue because I'll get IPO shares at $100 a share, and it'll start trading at 200 or 300, and I can flip it. Basically, it's free money. In the olden days, companies were not able to get funding to operate their business as their company grew from a unicorn into a public company, a multinational public company. In the olden days, they weren't able to get that funding like they can get now in the private markets, and everybody's very familiar with the show Shark Tank, and basically, that's basically a good representation of what companies do in the private markets with private investors, and they just keep finding new sharks out there to give them money to operate their company. They just give up percentages of their company and raise more money and they can do that for a long time until it gets to a certain point where they have to go public and get money from public investors. And because there's so many investors that have already been involved in SpaceX, you may not get the aggressive demand that other companies have gotten in the past. Now, these investors that have been invested in SpaceX for some time, they are locked up. Their shares are locked up. They won't be able to flip the stock when it starts trading. Unlike retail investors that have gotten allotment of shares. However, for the
retail investors, if you got, a share or 2 shares or 5 shares, maybe 10 shares if you're lucky, and your cost basis is $135 a share, which is the issue price, and it starts trading at 170, 180, 190, 200. And you're one of those investors that, you know, is looking for easy money. You gotta sell at least some of your shares, even if you've got, 2 shares allocated to you. You may just want to sell 1 share, take the quick profits. I mean, it's technically free money, basically. And especially if you're a retail investor and you're having trouble, paying your bills. I think to say that you're not going to at least take some profits and sell some of those shares once it starts trading, I think it's going to be hard to say. So I think, that's a tough argument to make, that people are just going to go and keep buying the shares and keep buying the shares after that to run up the stock. I think there's definitely a floor because the stock is going to be after 5 days it's going to be trading in the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq 100, I think. So fund managers have to have a certain allocation to it. It's just hard to say. I just don't know. I don't think anybody knows. And in the same regard, I think it's fascinating to watch and see how this thing plays out. So, a lot of names have been just back and forth all day, not doing much at all. But the fact that we're at 162 and not above 170 or 175 shows that maybe there's some issues with the demand for the stock. And as far as any individual trades for me today, I am not doing much at all. I was looking a little bit at Micron. Stock is now green on the day. As you can see, it was down. It's green on the day, and let me see here. I'm gonna switch screens. Going back and forth from screen to screen. As you can see here, Micron is just under $1,000 a share at $9.95. It's up on the day, just barely. So this is a stock that I'm taking a look at, and I like how SanDisk is acting, and it keeps going up like I thought it would. So that's nice. And I like how Marvell is acting. It's coming back, and also Seagate Technology. So all the memory and storage names are acting very well today. I would like them to act better, but the fact that they're bouncing back the way they are is very bullish. Dell Computers up 3.8%, up $15 on the day. That's a good sign. I like how it's kind of had a pullback over the past couple of days, and now it's bouncing back nicely, about 4 or 6, up $15 on the day, up 3.9%. So that's nice. You got a nice little. You don't have a buy divergence on this
30-minute chart. Because you don't have a lower low here, but you do have a buy crossover on the 30-minute chart, so that's good for a short-term trade. Let's see here. So you can see it. You had a nice pullback and bouncing off of that. Let's take a look at the you know, daily chart. It didn't really get down to the 20-day. It didn't even get down that far. So I think that's a very bullish sign, actually. And it's starting to bounce after that pullback. And it didn't fill that gap either. So got a lot of potential there. And the way it's bouncing back like this, I like this action in Dell. So I like that. I actually like not showing my face. I could, but not showing my face, I can toggle back and forth between multiple screens on my setup. And people that watch can be able to see the entire screen that I'm showing. So that's just me. I think a lot of people show their face in today's world, but you know, if I show my face, it blocks a big part of the screen. You can't see everything on the screen that I'm sharing. That's just me. That's my opinion. But people can see the entire screen when I'm showing something. I think get a better idea of what's happening. And you know, my face is nothing to write home about. I think I'm a handsome guy, but I'm no supermodel. It's not like I'm Brad Pitt or anything. You know. What I have that's valuable to show people is my screen and to hear the sound of my voice, not necessarily to see my face. But that's just my opinion. I don't know if everybody would agree with that. But I may turn on my camera later. I don't know. We'll see. I have the fundamentals that are available for SpaceX here. So you can see no chart available, but we scroll down here and take a look at the other screen, and I'll take a look at the other screen here, and we can take a look at the fundamentals for SpaceX here from the FinViz website. And we can see here, this is what's available before it starts trading. And what we have here is a low debt to equity ratio that is at 0.74%. We have the sales for the past 3 and 5 years at 34%, but the EPS for the past 3 to 5 years is negative 3%. Now, let's take a look at the annual and quarterly EPS. Negative 38 cents for 2025, and negative 35 cents for 2023. We only have two analysts that are initiated coverage with a 175 price target. And let's take a look at the quarterly. Big negative earnings, negative 38 cents. So the company is not making any money. That's one thing to keep in mind. It's another negative on my boat. Okay, yeah, so you get some free money from the IPO. It opens up and you get some money from getting initiated shares, but I don't know if I want to own this stock with negative earnings like it has. As far as the sales, it's looking at this point like it's going to trade at about 90 times sales. Now that is a very hefty valuation. Trading at 90 times sales with no earnings. Ugh. That just makes you go, ugh, you know, from a fundamental point of view. That's an expensive stock, you know. Like we go back to Shark Tank. Okay, that's a perfect example. You know, if someone walked into Shark Tank and said, "Hey, sharks, I want you to invest in my company. I want you to give me $1 million in capital, and I want to have a valuation of 90 times my sales," they would laugh their asses off. They would not even consider it. So like just basic math. You take $1 million, you divide it by 90. Okay, that's like someone saying, "I'm asking for $1 million," and let's say they say I'm willing to give you 10% of the equity. You get a 10% equity stake, but I need you to give me $1 million. And the sharks are going to ask the person that owns the company, "Do you have any sales over the past year or the past 2 years or whatever?" And they come back and say, "Oh, I have $111,000 of sales." They would laugh that person out of the room. A typical valuation, if you're a investor and you're investing in a private company, depending on how much you like the CEO, the founder, depending on how much you like the business, depending on how much you think that company has potential, you would give them, you would be willing to value the company at 5 times sales, maybe 8 to 9 times sales. If you think that there's a lot of growth potential, and you think that there's a lot of, momentum in the company, and you have a lot of, belief in the founder, you would invest maybe 15 times sales. But going back to that Shark Tank show, the greediest people on that show, the greediest ones, value their company at 20 times sales. Okay, anything above that, the investors, they laugh them out of the room. And if you are a startup company and you're looking for anyone, whether it's a family member, a friend, just a rich guy that you know in your neighborhood that you need money to run your startup business, and you have, just to use easy numbers, $100,000 worth of sales over the course of a year. Okay? You would not, just think about it from a realistic point of view. You may value your company at $500,000, which is 5 times sales. You may value it at $1 million, which is 10 times sales. And when I say 10 times sales, I'm talking about 10 times annual sales. So we're using this example, $100,000 of sales in a startup over the course of a year. If you're valuing your company at $500,000, that's 5 times sales, okay, annual sales. If you value it at $1 million, that's 10 times annual sales. To walk into the Shark Tank or to knock on your rich neighbor's door or to ask the guy that runs a big company that goes to your church and you need money to run your startup, you have $100,000 of sales, to say, I need, $900,000, and I'm willing to give up 10% of my company and value your company at $9 million with $100,000 of annual sales, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. And you use that as an example when you're looking at SpaceX. Do you really think the company, because when it starts trading, in the open market today, it's going to be traded at 90 times sales. That's what you're buying. I just don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. That's just too much. You can't do it. It feels to me like Elon is selling the public a bad rap. And honestly, a friend of mine said, I just don't trust Elon. And, she's not a mathematician by any stretch of the imagination. And she's not in the world of finance. But, some people have that good gut feeling. Offering your company to the public at 90 times sales is kind of just, it seems kind of shady. That's all. It seems shady. And at this point, it's looking like, SpaceX is going to be trading at 90 times sales. And,
when a stock is being offered at 90 times sales, it supports what my friend said that she said. I don't trust Elon. That's just her gut feeling, you know. And you know, I'm looking at the valuation here, trading 90 times sales. That is, you know, supportive of what she's talking about. Is that she just doesn't trust Elon. If the stock was looking to trade at 10 or 20 times sales with the Elon Musk premium, maybe 30 times sales seems about right. But, you know, 90? You know, if the stock trades over $200 a share when it starts trading, that'll make it trade at over 100 times sales, you know? And like I said, you go back to the Shark Tank example, that is like you're saying that a company is valued at $10 million with only $100,000 of annual sales. That's absolutely insane. That's crazy. It's just nuts. So, and as I speak, now the indication is for the stock to open at $158 a share. So when the market opened at 9:30, about a half hour after that, we got the first indication of shares, and that was at 170 to 175. Okay. I was thinking at that point, and I said out loud, okay, the first initial initiation, the first indication of shares is at 170, 175. Based on what I've heard from other professionals in the industry, it made sense for it to trade to 180 to 185 a share, and maybe to 200 on the high end, and go from there. But since I've been broadcasting, that range has gone from 175 down to 162 and is now indicated at 158, which basically shows that the demand is not what we expected. If you remember other IPOs that were very successful, like CoreWeave, for example, the indication price before it started trading went up as the morning went on. That's not happening with SpaceX. It started at 175, then it went to 162, now it's at 158. So we'll see. The trend is showing that, you know, people are not as gung-ho as we thought it could be. So at this point, I'm not liking it. I'm not liking it. And let's switch back to the other screen. You know, now it says 155. So the trend is definitely to the downside. When you see that trend going into the shares starting to trade on the open market, that makes me want to sell it when it starts trading. Boom, you know. And if you are a retail investor, you're not locked out. If you were allocated shares, you're not locked out of being able to sell the shares when it starts trading. However, insiders are, so, you know. See how this plays out. But at this point, just watching the indication price and watching the trend go from 175 down to 155 at this point, and on top of that, knowing that it's going to be trading at, you know, over 90 times sales with no earnings. That's the other thing. If it had a little bit of earnings, you know, I would be willing to pay up for higher sales multiple, but no earnings, 90 times sales. You know, it just kind of seems sketchy to me, and
I don't know. I don't feel warm and fuzzy about it. That's all. And the other thing that's kind of interesting to me is that I really don't want the stock to be merged with Tesla. I want those two companies separate. You know, I don't want an EV, battery powered car company and robots mixed in with what they're trying to do with space. I want those two companies, those two divisions separate. As I'm speaking, I'm looking and seeing Nvidia up by $1.65. That's nice. I like that. That's some good tape action. Take a look at Nvidia here, starting to move up like this. I like it. So that's good to see. Remember, at the end of the day, when you're buying shares of stock, you are investing in a company, and that company has a business, and this business owner, named Elon Musk, is willing to give you ownership in this company, but you have to pay 90 times sales for it. Ugh. While he gets to be a trillionaire, he's gonna be the first trillionaire. It's not like I don't like Elon. It's not like I just, it's just, first principles. The business is just too expensive, I think. So, if you were allocated shares, I would, at this point, if you had a gun to my head, sell it at the open. Just get cash out, sell it at the open. Especially that you can do that you're able to do that as a retail investor. So, I'll keep you guys posted if I see anything.
now the SpaceX is actually trading. It's trading at $151 a share, and we are trading. It is actually trading live. So it is trading live. That's $152 a share now. $152.55. The way it came down from an original indication of $174 a share down to $150, it is now trading at $152. I don't know. Like I said, if I was allocated shares and I was allocated $135 a share, and now it's trading at $154, I would look to sell. I would sell at least a quarter of my position if I can, and if not a quarter of my position, if I was able to sell half of the position, I would sell it. But it is going up. Started trading at 150. That was the original price when it actually started trading in the public market, 150. Now it's at 155, 156. So far, good action. Let's see here. I'm just looking at a daily chart. We got to zoom in with SpaceX into a lower time frame. So now we're looking at a 2-minute chart of SpaceX. It's picking up steam, 158, 159. So if you're allocated shares, I would look to sell. But this action here is pretty interesting. I like it. It's positive. It's bullish. So you have the long-term fundamental view that the stock is trading at over 90 times earnings. And then you have the action that's going on today where it started trading at 150. Now it's at 158, 159. But you also have people that want to sell the initially trade for the open market. I do like the trend up. I do like this action up. From 150 to 160, that's very bullish. That's very positive, and it's steam. It's momentum. So, so we'll see some. I think we'll see some crazy moves today. Now, okay, so it gets up to 162, and now it's pulled back a little bit. I do like how it was start. I thought it was going to start trading later in the day, for the auction and order matching and so forth. But so far, all that went very well, and now the stock is trading, and it's started trading before noon, which is very, very good. So it's up 18% off of the initial IPO price of 135. Well, we're pulling back a little bit here. We got to 162, and now we're down to 159. I still have not traded any shares. I was not allocated any shares, which. I missed out on a little bit of profit from that, but not a huge amount, just 18%. And I probably believe would have only gotten a few shares at the most. Now it's pulling back like this. So they're coming in to sell now. And I have an intraday 2-minute chart up, so each bar is 2 minutes. I'm
not going to show any indicators or anything because it's just now starting to trade, so it's not worth it. But it's coming off of its highs already, so you have some people coming in there to sell some shares already at 162 a share. Let's see if I can, let's see if it can get above 162. I'm tempted right now. I'm tempted to go in and, buy some shares just to see what happens. Like what the heck, right? I could always get, get stopped out and get back in. But it seems like it's finding like a basing price right here around 160, like a fair value kind of price here, right around 160. But, you cannot. One thing to know is that you cannot short this stock. There is none to borrow. So we go to the monitor. We go to the trade tab here on SpaceX, and you see it says NTB. That's none to borrow. So just to let everybody know, you cannot short this stock. You either buy it or you don't do anything. At 90 times sales, and now it's making new highs. 164. I got food on the way. I'm waiting for food to come, and I like the way it's marching up and making higher highs and higher lows. All that's very, very good. I like it. I like this action so far, just from a technical standpoint. Starting to trade at 150 and now getting up to 164, higher highs, higher lows. I may just nibble on some shares, just to see, just for kicks, just to see, just to nibble on some shares. I'm gonna go in and buy some shares because one of the main reasons is I am an addict. I am a junkie. I am an addict. I can't help myself. And I like the way it's, I'm in. So I got filled at 167. We'll see if that's a good trade or not. I didn't buy a huge amount of shares, so I can always add at a lower price and flip it later on. But, I want some skin in the game just to see what happens, and I gave it a few minutes to kind of base to see what was going on. But I like the way this little pullback was bought like that. I really do. You got a red bar there, so someone came in, took some profits, and then bam, came in. It shows that the retail it shows that the market is very eager to buy on a pullback and not just have the people that were allocated shares just sell. So there is some demand to buy the shares. If the stock gets over 200, I may just flip it. I don't know. We'll see. With these IPOs, you have to accept the fact that at the end of the day, you just don't know what's going to happen, and you kind of just got to take a shot. It's a perfect day for people that are addicted to the market like I am. You have that. Yeah, I just couldn't help myself. I had to buy some. And I am totally okay if I, sell it at the end of the day and lose money or whatever. But I like the way they're coming in and buying these dips so far on these short-term, 2-minute charts. They're coming in, they're buying these dips, so some good action so far. It kind of negates the way that the the stock was set to open at 174. It came down to 150. But yeah, this we could still have some sketchy action. It could roll over. Don't count that out. I just want to make this very, very clear to everybody that watches this. I am not Ashvin Jolly. I don't have a crystal ball. Nobody does. I'm just kind of just going with the flow, you know? You know, taking a shot. I didn't buy a ton of shares. Just a couple shares. You know? Yeah. If anybody's out there saying, "Oh, you got to do this with SpaceX, you got to do that," and they don't have skin in the game, you know, it kind of makes you question yourself. Like, is that person really, are they real? And that's why I don't like sharing the details of my accounts, but I do tell you guys what I'm doing as much as possible, and and as you can see, this is a real money account and so forth. For me personally, I actually like to trade not on Charles Schwab, not on Thinkorswim. I actually like to trade using other platforms, but I like to watch the market and watch the tape action on Thinkorswim. So it's kind of like they're great for analytics and tools like charting and so forth. But if you want to actually use a platform to execute trades, I would say Tasty Trade is better, Robinhood is better, E-Trade is better. Some people may argue that Interactive Brokers is better. But the charting and the analytics and the way that this platform is just seamless and shows you fast quotes and everything and all this stuff, it's fantastic for that. So I'm going to actually try to post a trade in the chat. How do I do this? Okay. If I could try to I'm gonna try to this isn't easy. I'm trying to see if I can post the trade in the chat. So I'm gonna post in the chat where I bought the SpaceX, so you can see my trades. Try to be as transparent as possible. I did not put my size in there, just the trade. I'm still long those shares. Just seeing what I can do with this. The stock has pulled back a little bit, but I like how it's trying to find a base right at 160. So that's okay. That's okay. Come on, SpaceX. Come on, be good to Daddy. Come on. Come on, hold this 160 level. I'm in now. You have you suckered me in, Elon. You suckered me in. Now I'm long. You got it. Don't be a don't prove my friend wrong. Ugh. And now it looks like they are coming in to sell some more shares. Ugh. So far, 3.7 million shares have traded. Wait, sorry, just in the last couple minutes. So this is at first you had 68 million shares traded in the first 2 minutes, and you're getting 14, 10 million, 12 or 11.7 million. In the past 2 minutes, 4.5 million. Let's see how many shares SpaceX has traded so far since it started trading. Let's see here. Wow, 165 million shares so far since it started trading in the open market. So let's go back to the 2-minute chart. It's now broken the 160 level. Oh God, I'm looking like such an idiot right now. I may actually try to double down my position if it gets down to like 135 or something. I'm going to hold on to what I have now, but I may try to double down and see if it gets down to like 135, which was the issue price. So we'll see. Looks like we got some buyers coming in at 156. What did that message say? SpaceX is experiencing something. It looks like we have some buyers coming in here right at 156, 157 a share. So I'm getting messages that the actual price quoted and the actual share price are going to be two different things. So it looks like there's some technology issues. So I'm still down in the trade, as you see in the chat. My fill was at 167, but not down a lot, not down a ton, because it's at 159. If you want to come in and buy this dip, I think it's justifiable. Remember, we don't have crystal balls. You kind of just got to give it a feel. You're just going to go with your gut. Just kind of swing the bat kind of thing. Hopefully you make contact and hit it out of the park, but you really don't know. And now some people are coming in and selling at 160, so. lunch coming. I'll be right back.
I just want to post. I just want to show you guys the other like top rocket space company, and I wanted to show you guys how it's doing. So obviously, SpaceX is, it's acting pretty well right now, and I like the tape action here. I like how it has the initial move up, pull back down, and you've had a few little sell-offs here. This bar here, I think, was a bad tick. They had some technical issues, but basically, each little dip gets bought, and it looks like these dips. You can see a little consolidation here. And it's getting bought, and it's keeps kind of trending higher. And we have a nice little bull flag here, and SpaceX is very close to the high. Yes, the all-time high and the high of the day. And that all-time high of the day is about 168.75. Let's go to the trade tab. Yeah, 168.75. As you can see here, the high of the day. The open price for trading was 150. The issue price was 135. We have 271 million shares traded so far today, almost 272 million shares. And it seems to me that the market has found a balance area right around 168, where it post IPO, it's found a fair value level where you have basically a balanced area where the buyers, people that want to get into SpaceX, and the sellers, people that have shares and want to take profits real quick, found a happy medium price. And that is right now right at $168 a share. And the big question is that we found this nice balanced area, and this fair value price right here, right around $165 to $168 a share, is, let's just call that the fair value level. Okay, at this point so far, post IPO. This is where we have the issue price. We have the issue price here. Okay. We have the price where we started the trade here, 150. And now we have this balance area right here at 166 to 167 to 168. The big question is that going to change? And are we going to find a new balance point? Are the buyers more aggressive, or are the sellers going to take over? And so far, the way we're breaking out of this little bull flag pattern above this fair value level, around $167 a share, it looks to be like the buyers have the edge right now. And what I also wanted to show you guys, and let me I'm gonna clear out these drawings here. Okay, there we go. So we're seeing this nice tape action. I also wanted to show you guys the other main space rocket stock out there. The closest competitor out there to SpaceX, which is Rocket Labs. And as you can see here, there is some interesting tape action going on.
in Rocket Labs. Let's see here. Take away the extended hours trading. As you can see here, opens up down big. It seemed like there was people selling those shares in Rocket Labs to use towards SpaceX. After that big down move at the open, it's been bouncing around back and forth. And right as SpaceX started to trade, the stock made a big move down. And that justifies the argument that people sold Rocket Labs to buy SpaceX. But now they're bought back Rocket Lab stock, and it's kind of finding a fair value level right here, a new level right at 106. So after all this jockeying back and forth between Rocket Labs and SpaceX and so forth, the bulls are, they have the edge right now in SpaceX, as we're getting close to $170 a share. And other rocket stocks like Rocket Labs, the bears had the edge, and now it's kind of, leveling off here right at $107 a share. But you have had some big moves. Big move in the morning, big move right before the SpaceX stock started trading, and then a big move just recently. So we're getting some big moves today. And the other stock I want to check out, as SpaceX is trading, I wanted to check out Tesla. How's Tesla dealing with all this? And what's interesting is we looked at Rocket Lab stock. As we see this big V move, you get the same move in Tesla. Okay, this V move, down then up. So very interesting to see this action, and I just wanted to point that out, that you have this big V move intraday in both Tesla and in Rocket Labs, as SpaceX is not acting as volatile as maybe some expected. But it is pretty good tape action for the most part. As far as the ability to short sell it, you cannot do that on the first day of IPO. And the other interesting dynamic with SpaceX is right now there are no options trading. So you can't trade options in SpaceX because they haven't issued options yet. But sometime next week, from what I hear, sometime next week, they will have options to trade. And I think, from what I hear, the market makers are trying to make it as soon as possible. They want to do it on Monday, but that may not be possible. They may have to do it on Tuesday or Wednesday, but I think they're trying to, the key market makers like Citadel and Jane Street and Jump Trading and so forth, they're trying to make a push with the exchanges to issue options so that they can make as much money as possible, being market makers for options in SpaceX options on Monday. And the main reason why they want to do this is that the bid-ask spreads when they first issue options in SpaceX are going to be very large. So these market makers can make a lot of money in the first couple days with the options in SpaceX. And so the sooner the better for them. Plus, individual traders want to trade options as well. And I have talked about this before, but I'll mention it again. SpaceX has the potential, just because of the Elon effect and the whole aura from retail investors, that it can become like a GameStop and have a GameStop type of move. But that cannot happen until the options come out. We need options to be traded so that you can get a gamma squeeze from the options. And so the sooner those options come out, the better. But the case for a gamma squeeze does not take effect until they start trading options. Now, once they start trading options, we will see how, how greedy individual traders are, and whether individual retail investors buy those options, specifically the calls, to have a effect where the market makers have to hedge SpaceX with SpaceX by buying shares and creating a gamma squeeze type of effect similar to what we had in GameStop. The main dynamic that pushed GameStop up the way it did was because GameStop, once it kind of got some momentum on social media through Roaring Kitty and Reddit and so forth, the market makers could only hedge GameStop with GameStop because it was kind of its own unique individual name. It didn't have any correlation to anything, so that you could really only hedge those calls that individual investors are buying from GameStop with GameStop. Because you have this whole social media thing with the Elon effect and this Elon premium and how it's a sexy new IPO, that kind of creates the potential where there's going to be a lot of individual investors buying calls in SpaceX when those options are available to trade. And because SpaceX is a new stock, it doesn't have any definitive correlation to anything. Now, you can make an argument that it probably trades with the NASDAQ and other big cap tech stocks, which is to a certain extent true. But you can't really model that out. Think about it. How are you going to program that into your algorithms if you're a market maker? So you can only hedge, at least for a couple of days after they start trading options, you can only hedge SpaceX with SpaceX. And if you get this whole social media thing clean onto these SpaceX calls, that can really create the same type of dynamic that we saw with GameStop. So we'll see what happens. I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm just discussing the dynamics of the marketplace so that you can be aware of what's going on to the greatest extent possible. So, we'll see how it plays out. But from a pure technical standpoint, I think we just got another bad tick. There's some technical issues I hear going on right now with SpaceX trading. But as we can see here, the tape action so far, from a pure technical standpoint, the way you keep getting higher highs and kind of each little dip gets bought, it shows to me that the demand is there. And I went into this pretty as open-minded as possible. I had a few ideas, but I had that mindset that I just don't know. We'll see what happens. And so taking it, minute by minute. And so far, this tape action seems very, very positive. About a couple shares at 167. So now those are now profitable. It was a big position for me, but it wasn't necessarily a small
position for me. Um, I'm just gonna keep them for now, because the tape action isn't really as volatile as I expected. We got a lot of volatility in the first couple minutes, but since this point of time, right at 11:54, the volatility has gone down drastically, and the stock isn't really moving that much. If you think about it, I thought that we could get a 30, 40, 50 point move up or down. We got that move in the first couple of minutes, but since 11:54, we basically have moved up $6. So that's why I say like it seems like the market has found like an equilibrium level, and the bulls are slightly in control at this point. So we'll see how this plays out. Let's take a quick look at the S&P and the Nasdaq. The S&P is kind of ticking up here nicely, but in a sideways range day. And the Nasdaq kind of moving up gradually in a sideways range day. That's all I have to say about that. There's not much to say on a day like today, other than it looks like maybe there are some people that got shares, and once it started trading, they sold them at like 160 and 165 and maybe 167, and the stock kind of traded sideways, and they're starting to buy them back because they're regretting that decision as it now takes out new highs above 170. So see what happens here. But there is, again, what I said earlier today is that SpaceX is trading at 90 times earnings. That is a huge premium. And so I kind of split the baby down the middle and just bought a position and have it be a small position for me. That's how I kind of made it so that I can be the least unhappy with whatever decision I make with SpaceX. Participate, but only small, so that if it sells off, I'm not mad or too mad because I don't lose too much. But if it keeps going up, I won't be too angry because at least I have some skin in the game. Even though I will be angry because I wish I had a bigger position. So either I kind of put myself in a situation with SpaceX where I buy a little small position, and no matter what it does, whether it goes up or down, I'm angry and disappointed with myself. If it keeps going up, I'm angry because I didn't buy a lot. If it goes down, I'm angry because I lost money. So I think the best decision in something like this is just buy a small position and just come to terms that whatever happens, you'll be disappointed and angry with yourself. And that's what the market's job is. It's to piss you off and make you more addicted to the market, so you come back the next day and disappoint yourself more and more. That's why everybody that's involved with the market loves a character like George Costanza. That said, I will talk to you guys later. That's where the saying comes. There's an old saying when it comes to the market. I'm happy when I'm unhappy. Well, that's what
the market does to people is that you have to be comfortable being uncomfortable. You have to be happy when you're unhappy because you always put yourself in a position, if you're trading correctly, where you're just angry with yourself. I didn't buy enough shares. Oh, I should have bought those shares. I shouldn't have bought those shares because I lost money. It's just, you get in that situation where you just can't win. And it looks like that's what SpaceX is to, at least to me.
markets and SpaceX as well. We have SpaceX here in the corner, and then the major indices as well on the other charts. I bought some more SpaceX shares at $174 a share. So I bought some shares at 167, and then I bought some shares at 174. So I'm about break even right now on SpaceX. And I'm just looking through the tickers today, other stuff that's moving. The one thing that sticks out to me with SpaceX is that the one thing that sticks out to me with SpaceX as we look out the chart is that we got a lot of movement in the stock right when it started trading in the open market. And that movement was from the first initial trade right at 150, all the way up to right at $168 per share. But after that, we had a nice move from 168 down to 155. So we had some nice movement there. So we had some additional movement from 150 up to 168, down to 155, and then back up to this level right at $167 a share. But since that point, right when the stock traded to about 165 up to $167 a share, right around 167, we really haven't had much movement. I mean, from this point right here, okay, where the stock was at, say, 167, okay, we grinded higher up to above 175 and actually made a high of $176 a share, and then have kind of traded around 172 for multiple now couple hours. And it looks like SpaceX, after these initial big moves up and down, has found some type of fair value level right around 170 to $175 a share. What's interesting is before SpaceX actually started trading on the open market, the first initial price, the first indication of price for SpaceX was right at $174 a share. And that's right about where we are now. We're right around $170 to $175 a share. And it looks like the stock is settled in right here around 172, right where that initial indication of the stock trading at was. So it seems like the stock, after having the issue price at 135 and then trading up above 176, has found this, happy place for today at least, the initial trading day, right around $170 to $175. a share. The big question is, where does it go from here? Yeah. And you know, I think there's this happy place right here, right around 170 to 175 dollars a share, where you have people that are buying it since it started trading. It is consists of fund managers. This consists of retail investors that were allocated shares, and they're taking they're retail investors that were not allocated shares, and they're going in and they're buying it here. Or retail investors that were allocated shares, they already sold them on the initial pop, and they're coming in to buy them here at around 170 a share. And then you have the other investors that are either selling what they bought earlier or selling the shares that they were allocated. And that 170 level is that happy place. And that happy place will change over time, but for today at least, that 170 is that level where buyers and sellers kind of meet in the middle and say, okay, we can agree that this is a fair price for the initial day of the IPO. You have a lot of investors that were already invested in SpaceX before the IPO, and they're still locked out. They can't sell shares yet. So at a certain point in the future, they're gonna those investors are going to be able to sell. So there's going to be a whole amount of supply that's going to come onto the market to sell shares in SpaceX. So there's still supply that can come into the market and sell. The other thing is that it's a company that doesn't have any earnings yet, and it's a company that is trading at over 90 times sales, and that is very, very, very expensive for all intents and purposes. On the flip side, you have a company that has the Elon Musk premium. It has a very, very interesting, compelling service with Starlink. Nobody else can compare to what they do. They don't have the connectivity and the speed and the reliability that Starlink has. And then they have this whole thing where they're really the best and most reliable rocket company in the world. And there's other competitors, but they can't compete like SpaceX can. They can't launch a rocket, into space and then bring it back and have it reusable and land and be used again and again and again. So there's a lot of bullish and bearish cases for this. But I think at the end of the day, I just don't know what's going to happen. I don't have a definitive I don't have definitive conviction with this stock. I thought it would be more volatile on a day like today. I didn't really expect it to just kind of settle down here in this range. I thought it would be up and down and flying around. The stock was 4 times oversubscribed, and so it makes sense that it's trading up above the issue price. But it's not like racing up to $200 or $300 a share. It's kind of, it makes a move and kind of settles down. So I'm surprised it's not as volatile. Um, and what's really compelling about all this is that Rocket Labs has had a huge sell-off today, and then it had this V type of move, so it sold off big, and then right as SpaceX went public, it had another big move down, and it since had this big bounce higher. So it's been all over the place. You kind of got some similar moves in Tesla, and it had a move down at the open, but then it had another move down into the IPO, but it has since bounced back. The stock was down by a ton, and now it's up by $4. But the stock was down, below $387 a share today. I think if we go to the trade tab here, look at the low for the day, it got down to 386 a share, and now it's at bid at 403. So it's had a huge move up, and I think that's a big move for Tesla. But there was some initial selling as the SpaceX stock started trading in the open market. So people came in and sold some Rocket Labs and sold some Tesla right off the bat to buy SpaceX. Now, we've given the bearish case for as far as valuation. We've given the kind of the bullish case for the Elon Musk premium and this unique, durable space company that can go to the moon and maybe go to Mars, and there really isn't other competitor that can do what SpaceX can do. With landing rockets and so forth. We've talked about the bullish case with how it is just completely better than any of its closest competitors like Rocket Labs or Blue Origin. And we've looked at the bearish case with it trading at 92 times sales, which is a lot for any company. And on top of that, it doesn't have positive earnings. But the other bullish case is not necessarily technical and not necessarily fundamental. It's more of a mechanical bullish case. And that is the fact that SpaceX is a new issue. It doesn't have any definitive quantifiable correlations to anything because it just started trading today. And next week, at some point next week, they're going to start trading options. SpaceX. Today, first day, no options. From what I hear, they're pushing to make these options available on Monday, but that may not happen. The market makers are trying to push for these options to be able to be traded on Monday because they can make a lot of money from doing it. Because the bid-ask spreads are going to be very large at first. They make a lot of money from that with Citadel and Jane Street and Jump Trade and so forth. But there is a dynamic with SpaceX because it has all this attention from retail and media and also social media. There is this Elon Musk premium to it. There's this allure to the stock to some degree. And you take that allure, however you want to describe it, whether it's the way it's talked about on CNBC or the way it's talked about on Wall Street Bets and X that Elon owns. And there's one thing that you can't deny is that this whole IPO thing has been the best marketing tool for the company SpaceX anywhere. I mean, everywhere that I've, on the internet for the past week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it's been SpaceX, 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 SpaceX. It's especially in the world that I live in, this whole market, trading, financial markets world. It's been SpaceX, 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 SpaceX everywhere. And that allure, that dynamic, that whatever you want to call it, GameStop had that effect with Keith Gill, Roaring Kitty, and the mechanics of having that allure with retail traders now in today's world. Options being traded next week, and the dynamic that this is a new issue, and the algorithms don't really have a quantifiable, definitive hedge to lay off that risk when the market maker sells those calls to the retail investor. They can't lay off that risk, and by law, they have to be delta neutral. So what does that mean? That means that you can only hedge SpaceX with SpaceX. And because, going back to GameStop, because GameStop was such a unique individualized stock, it didn't have a hardcore correlation to any other market or stock for that matter. So you could only hedge GameStop with GameStop. And when the retail investors came in and started buying those calls, it forced the market makers to have to buy stock to hedge off those calls. Okay? Because when the market maker sells the calls to the retail investor, the retail investor is long Delta, is long GameStop. And that means by default, the market maker is short GameStop. And being market makers, they have to, by law, be market neutral, delta neutral. Delta is basically the amount, is a measurement of the amount of that you are short an individual underlying, or long, the amount that you're long in an individual underlying. So if you just boil it down to simple things, somebody went in, okay? They went in and bought a call option, okay? After listening to Keith Gill on YouTube or reading some post on Reddit or doing both. When they executed that trade, they bought that call option, okay? They only bought one in this example, but they are long 50 delta or 30 delta or whatever it is from that call option in the stock, GameStop. The market maker, being the market maker, has to facilitate trades. So they sell that call to the retail investor, and when the trade gets executed, they are short, say 50 delta or 30 delta GameStop. Within nanoseconds, they then go and buy shares of GameStop stock to push the stock up so that they can be market neutral, delta neutral. That dynamic of having to hedge GameStop with GameStop is the same type of dynamic that we have here with SpaceX, because SpaceX is a new issue. It's a new company. It's not a new company, but it's a new issue. It's a new stock. And it's very possible that there's no real quantifiable way to hedge that stock with another product. So when the options come out and individual investors start buying the calls in SpaceX, the market maker is going to have to buy SpaceX stock to hedge off those calls. And that can create the gamma squeeze, where they're going to have to keep buying more and more shares to stay neutral, to stay delta neutral, to stay market neutral. And that will push the stock up more and more and more. But for today, the stock is leveling off right around 169. But as you can see on the screen here, there's no options trade. I'm very curious to see if that changes when SpaceX starts trading options. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I'm saying the recipe, the situation, the conditions are out there that it could happen. So we'll see. And all the other stuff, the fundamentals, the price to sales ratio, the debt to equity ratio, the negative earnings, all that stuff won't matter at all, because the market is what the market is. And if social media and retail investors, traders, get a hold of this and push this stock up, you can get a very big gamma squeeze in this stock. And that could start whatever day they start trading options on SpaceX. Like I said, the market makers may try to push for it to be on Monday or Tuesday, but it could be Wednesday. I don't know. We'll see. And remember, this is what a lot of people get wrong. The market makers don't give a rat's behind what happens. A lot of people think that a market maker like Citadel lost a ton of money during the whole GameStop saga. No, they didn't, because they're constantly hedging the market neutral, the delta neutral. So it doesn't matter to them. It's the dynamics of the hedging that creating that snowball effect to change the delta of the options to push the stock higher through the hedging process. It creates that snowball effect that pushes the stock up and up and up, that will ultimately make a retail investor a lot of money if he's on the right side of the trade. And if there's individual funds that are short that stock, then they could go out of business, like we saw with that Melvin Capital. I recently watched Dumb Money, the movie. I watched that over again, so it refreshed my memory about what happened. With all that said, let's take a look at the. First of all, we'll go back to the SpaceX stock chart and see how it's still. You're getting some odd ticks in the stock. Just I would negate that on a day like today, but for the most part, the stock is settling in right around 170. Let's take a look at the market as a whole. The intraday chart for the S&P 500, it's kind of just trading in a range above where this is where we started the day, the Friday session. The yellow line is where we started the week, and so we're just in a sideways range for the day. And as you can see, as the day's gone on, we've been able to make higher lows, and subsequently we're making lower highs. So we're kind of just settling in here for as we go to close out the day. The NASDAQ features kind of the same thing towards the upper end of the day range, but we're in a range day session. It seems, for the most part, a very lackluster trading day, other than the excitement with SpaceX. But then again, SpaceX is not really making big volatile moves today as well. So we'll see how it plays out. NVIDIA is trading a little bit higher today, but not too much. So it's upticking here, which is good, but
It's up a little bit. Stock that really jumps out to me today is Palantir. I mentioned the stock earlier. The stock just got sold off at the beginning of the day, and then later had another big push of selling towards the middle of the day. And if you take a look at the Palantir chart here, we were trading very close to this these swing highs here from March, just a couple weeks ago, and we kind of traded just above them, but had a false breakout, and have since seen the stock just sell off consistently lower and lower and lower, and we're taking out these kind of swing lows here at 128, and this swing low here from early April where it traded down below 123, and then these lows here from February. We're testing these lows and starting to take them out, and this is just very bad tape action for Palantir. And as you can see here, you're making lows in the rate of change oscillator and in the fast line, as the slow line has now turned and trended down and now going down below zero. It got below zero and started going up, but has since turned completely back down. So that's not a really good sign. None of this technical action in Palantir is good. Both with just the pure price action, and also with the confirmation from the oscillators, new lows in the oscillators, slow lines going down, and this here. See this? Yeah, this big up move here from this low all the way up to this high. We took out these previous swing highs, right? And it was looking good here, like an early stage breakout. But this reversal, this turned into a false breakout and big reversal. And the thing is that this down move here is now bigger than this upswing here. So right there is in the price of the stock. You don't have to look at any indicators or oscillators. It's just in the price of the stock. This swing is bigger than this swing. That's not bullish at all. That's very bearish. And you may bounce and go a little higher, but the bears are in control in the stock at this point. So the way it's acting today, taking out these lows, acting the way it is, I'm just not really bullish on Palantir right now from a technical standpoint. Hopefully there's some saving grace in the stock can bounce and take out these highs again. It's not at this point. Take a look at the NVIDIA chart for the day here. Got a nice turn in the rate of change oscillator. That's good. Got a low in the fast line, and the slow line is trending down. I like the way we bounced off of this lower Bollinger Band. We still need to take out this key level right here around the 211 level to show that we're still in control. And at that point, I think you have a very early buy point, as it's just below the 20-day moving average. But you kind of need this stock to bounce back above the key level at 211, and you need the fast line to kind of pop back up and get a crossover buy, and then you can look to see the slow line kind of turn up again. But for now, we're in a wait and see mode with NVIDIA. I love the way SanDisk is acting today. We had sold off as the slow line peaked here. We went a little higher, kept pushing higher, but slow line turned over and started going in a negative direction. And you had a lower high in the fast line. All this was predicting what eventually happened is you got a little sell-off, but we just went down to the 20-day and bounced right off of it very quickly, and now we're taking out that high, and we're getting up thrust in the fast line and up thrust in the rate of change, and the slow line's starting to turn up as we make new highs, and the rate of change here, gets above these previous highs, and we just need this fast line to get above this previous fast line, which it can do if SanDisk continues to truck up. So we're in that process. We're just going to see if it happens. But everything looks good. And these memory stocks, even though they had a sell-off, this chart still looked pretty decent. These memory and storage stocks. Take a look at Micron. Same thing. The stock, new highs, had a pull back to the 20-day, and made new lows in the fast line, but is now bouncing back. Slow line is turned down, but now it's turning back up, and we bounced right off of that 20-day. We're still going up. We need to keep going up. We need to see these oscillators in the fast line and the rate of change keep going up to take out these previous, highs in momentum. And in the same regard, as we look to see if these oscillators go up, see the fast line cross above the slow line turn up, and this rate of change get back up to close to 40 where it was before. As the stock keeps going up, you'll come and see a lot of people that are momentum investors look to buy the stock here, right around 1,075. I would say that if you want, you can buy it here because of the way it bounced off the 20-day. Yeah. Now, you can also wait for it to come down and fill this gap at 775 area. But it may not get there for a long time. So, just thinking out loud and looking at the Micron chart, the way it bounced off of the 20-day, and the way that the oscillators are now turning up, confirming that action to the downside, that was all we had, and now it's going back to the upside. The stock's only down $1 today. It's not that much. So, even on a day like today, where money's coming out of many stocks to go into SpaceX or whatever, Micron's only down $1. It's not that much. And the way that SanDisk is acting, Seagate is acting, Marvell is acting. I also like this chart with Marvell, and I like this stock fundamentally as well. It didn't even get down to the 20-day. Okay, it wasn't even able to get down to the 20-day. Okay, and it's already bouncing from that low. I think that's very bullish. I really do. All these stocks are super extended for sure. But the fact that they were all bought on a very, mild pullback, and the way the momentum is coming back into as the pullback happens, that's all very good. Now, if they don't take out these previous highs, like SanDisk did, that's not going to be good. Then you're going to regret it if you bought these stocks here. But there's still a lot of strength in these charts. I still think they can keep going up. Let's take a look at Bloom Energy. Bloom Energy is looking very good. Came down to that lower Bollinger Band, tested it, bounced off of it, and it's right below the 20-day. I like stocks with that right below the 20-day. The slow line has come from being very extended to the upside, and it started trending down as the stock has gone through a corrective phase, and now it's negative. So it's completed the cycle to the downside. It's ready for a crossover buy signal where the fast line crosses above the 0 line, and as time goes on, it will start to flatten out and turn up as the stock goes up towards testing all-time highs. I think it's a buy right here, just below the 20-day, right at 273 level. I would look to buy that stock just as the rate of change crosses above the 0 line, and you get a crossover buy with the 310 oscillator. So that is what I think about Bloom Energy right now. Let's see here. Is there anything else? Is there anything else that I really, really like? That just jumps out to me. Let's take a look at Amazon. It's down by a good amount today on a dollar basis. And it's down 1.8%. That's a decent move for that stock on a percentage basis. And the stock just keeps going down, trending down, pushing that lower Bollinger Band lower and lower, making lows off of the rate of change and the 310 oscillator. Lows on the fast line and lows on the slow line of the 310 oscillator that are also confirmed by the rate of change. What I think you need to see with Amazon is a couple sessions of back-to-back, like 3 positive up days in a row. Don't try to bottom fish this chart because the Bollinger Bands are expanding as the stock trends down. So the stock is going down, 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 down as volatility is going up, up, up. That's what that Bollinger Band expansion with the stock going down is. And you get that big expansion of volatility as the Bollinger Bands expand as you get momentum lows. And until that changes, stock can't bounce because momentum precedes price. And volatility is a different way of measuring momentum. And they're just represented in 2 different ways. We can take a look at another chart template. Here's a relative strength indicator, lows. Okay. Relative strength is at lows. You see an uptick in volume, a different way of showing momentum, and lows in the relative strength. This needs to turn, and when that turns, then you can look to buy Amazon. If you're a short seller, I would short sell a rally if everything continues to play out the way it is, especially if the rally is in low volume. I would look to short sell it. I think this is a short-term kind of condition with Amazon. I think it will turn, but for now, it's not looking very good. Let's take a look at Apple. Apple has turned down. It had this announcement with AI that I don't know the details about what happened, but basically that Apple really did it knock the socks off anything that has to deal with AI, and
It doesn't really have a unique large language model or product that will be able to drive new products or services. They have to use all the other large language models and stuff. Now, the bullish case is they're going to offer services with AI that people are going to, use. But you could also say, well, they offer the services, but how are they going to offer the services if they can't build large language models? We just don't know how this technology is going to evolve. So I think it's just a long-term hold at this point. Yeah, I think it could still be a winner in the AI world, but it's disconcerting that they don't have, their own large language model that they're working on. They gave up on the autonomous cars. There's nothing new with this phone. I mean, can you really tell the difference between the iPhone 10, the iPhone 11, the iPhone 12, the iPhone 13, the iPhone 14, the iPhone 15, the iPhone 16, or 17, or 18? It doesn't. There's no difference. What they make money off of is the services, the apps, and those fees that you pay every month. So that's their bullish case. And if a technology comes along that changes the world so that you don't need this anymore, I would rush to sell Apple very quickly. And that can happen. At this point, it's not happening anytime soon in the foreseeable future. But I think it can happen in the future at some point. We don't know. We will see. But the world can change pretty quickly. But for now, Apple, the chart, on a big picture, it's very bullish. You had basing action back and forth. Then we've had a nice move up, and then we've had some, consolidation, and it's bouncing off of the Bollinger Band, and it's not having a big leg down yet. So it's the way it's holding that Bollinger Band is very good. Now you're getting momentum lows, so you're going to have some type of buy divergence or something to show that you're done going down. The slow line's getting close to negative, so hopefully you get some type of bouncy action. The fast line does some type of divergence, and then the slow line can start to turn, and we can make another move up with Apple. But if I'm a new investor and I'm looking for a new stock, I would not buy Apple, not in a billion gazillion years. But there are investors that have lots of Apple because they owned it from the 2000s and the teens, and they made 20, 30, 40x, 50x their money on it. And it's just, nobody's going to talk about this, but it's just not easy to sell with taxes and so forth. So I'll talk about it, but no one else will talk about it. Because even if you do want to sell it, and you want to put that money into something else, you may have to take a lot of your gains and pay taxes with it. You may not actually be able to sell it enough you may not actually have enough cash at the end of the day to actually pay the taxes. It gets strange, it gets weird. Or you have to sell a bunch more than you want to pay the taxes. And it happens when you have like a multi-bagger like Apple. You make a lot of money. So, getting texts from trader friends that they're buying Rocket Labs and that they're interested in buying SpaceX if it goes down to its issue price around $135 a share. But so far that's not happening. Another stock that sticks out to me today, up 7%, is Western Digital. Look at this. Again, now this stock undercut the 20-day. Okay, it did undercut the 20-day, but if you look at another chart template here, it stayed above the 50-day, and you get a bounce in the momentum. You see it in the relative strength index, and it's gotten back above the 20-day, back above the 10-day. And it's really ripping up. And with shooting distance within the all-time highs of 601 a share. So Western Digital looks very interesting, and I like it here. Big move. I think that's that, and Seagate are the two biggest percentage moves on the day. And one other stock that has a huge percentage move. And I'm not talking about SpaceX. That's aside. I'm talking about stocks that have been trading. This CoreWeave is making a big move. Okay, so CoreWeave is making a nice move right underneath the 20-day and above the 10-day. That's very good. You got a nice move up in the relative strength index. You get this up move on higher volume. That's great. Let's take a look at the Bollinger Band chart. It's right below the 20-day, bouncing off that Bollinger Band, and you're getting a move up in the rate of change. You're starting to see the fast line kind of turn up. As the slow line, all this is happening while the slow line is inching its way higher. That's very, very good. And on the weekly, it's kind of turned and it's kind of going sideways, so you kind of need this fast line to turn up and make a move up. That can happen over time. But nothing super bearish on that front. You see the slow line is above the zero line after being below zero for a lot of some time. It's now back into the positive on the weekly chart. So it kind of means that the bulls are in control. If anything, you need this kind of turn back up and go up. But you won't get that until the fast line overtakes the slow line on the weekly chart, which can take some time. And what would cause that to happen is a move above the 20-day up to the upper Bollinger Band for CoreWeave. So CoreWeave's chart looks interesting here. I like it, $103 a share. If you want to buy it here, I think that's a good move. One other interesting chart I was going to show you guys. Here's a 2-minute chart of CoreWeave, but let's see what we can pull up with oscillators with SpaceX. So this is a 2-minute chart of SpaceX with some Bollinger Bands and the Freetag oscillator. As you can see here, not a lot to show, just because the stock's not doing a lot. When you're kind of going back and forth. Basically, at this point, the stock kind of traded sideways. Basically, what you do is you basically wait for this to go down to here and look to buy it and look for the fast line to get up to here and then sell it. And buy the lower Bollinger Band, which is right now at 167, and sell right here at about 171, the upper Bollinger Band at this point with SpaceX. You can do that for a quick short-term trade as we go towards the close, and maybe keep this framework in mind as we open up on Monday morning. So I just got a text from one of my associates
one of my contacts, one of my sources, that SpaceX options will be trading on Tuesday. Like I said, they were trying to push for them to be on Monday, but that with the exchanges, but that probably won't happen. So look at that Tuesday for SpaceX options. And so that is where you can start to see some type of gamma squeeze, like I was talking about earlier. And you can use a chart that I showed you here. Here on this screen here, on this where you basically use a 2-minute chart. You can also probably use a 5-minute chart, and use that. Actually, like the 5-minute chart better. Use that as a guide to trade the shares ahead of Tuesday. And at this point, when you have a sideways range like this, just buy the lower Bollinger Band, sell the upper Bollinger Band, and that is a good template to use for the rest of the trading day today and Monday's trading day as well, before they start trading options. Once they start trading options, assuming they start trading options on Tuesday, then you have to look at everything from a different context and look for that gamma squeeze to kick in. And if you see, SpaceX start to just go up, and it's like 9:40 in the morning, that is confirmation that the gamma squeeze is kicking in, and you got to get in and you have to buy. And just look to buy, at the money calls, and maybe if you want to buy slightly out of the money calls, like 40 delta, that's okay. But try to buy those at the money calls and just keep rolling. So now there's no pattern day trading rule. So if we get a gamma squeeze with SpaceX and you don't have the pattern day trading rule, what you can do is you can buy these options that expire, as soon as possible, and buy what you can afford, buy the at the money options, and since the stock's at $170 a share, it's not too expensive. You can buy the at the money call strike and basically roll up, continuously roll up. If that gamma squeeze kicks in, if the stock goes up and you get like a 40-50% profit, sell that call, buy a higher strike call. So where the at the money strike is at that point, and just keep doing that over and over and over again, especially if that gamma squeeze kicks in. And if you can do that, you can make some decent money, and hopefully it happens. I'd like to see it happen for retail investors everywhere. You can just imagine, let's say SpaceX goes up like 100 points in a day. Elon's going to be pushing that thing and kind of put fuel, trying to put fuel on the fire and so forth. So it'll be very interesting to see how this plays out. So we'll see. Let's see another stock that sticks out to me today. The video's down just a bit, pretty flat on the day. That's about it for today, everyone. Signing off for now.
That's all I have to say about that. I'm looking at to buy some Marvell calls. Go back in. I sold Marvell calls this morning. I'm looking to buy another round of Marvell calls before the close. I already have Micron calls, and the stock's down about $3. I'm going to hold those over the weekend. And Marvell calls, there's calls that expire today, there's calls that expire in 6 days. So, I'm looking at to rebuy those 285 calls that I had this morning. I'm going to buy them back. So, yeah, I'm going to buy these calls again. I'm going to hold them over the weekend. I'm going to post this